nationalsångare innan vi startar matchen. Alla spelare väljer att stanna kvar vid startlinjen. Vi ska ha en första pitch också.
Welcome to Sundbyberg for the Swedish SM final. I'm Jim Sasko, and this is Roberto Del Castillo. Right now, the first pitch being thrown out by Jason Francis from the Sundbyberg club.
And it's another wet game today, Jim. It's been raining all day long. It's going to keep raining. You know what that means? That means the field is going to be super soggy, super wet, super slippery, and it's just going to be a really tough game for both of these teams.
Yeah, but we have a good matchup here. The two best teams in Sweden, and probably the two best pitchers right now in Sweden, in Moises Pargas and Eddie O'Coin, matched up. Both teams last weekend had a pretty good 2-0 sweep in the semifinals, with Sundbyberg beating Rättvik and Sölvesborg beating Stockholm. So pretty convincing wins, and it shows that these are probably the two best teams right now in Sweden.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. By far the two best teams, and I think you're also right that it's going to come down to a pitching matchup between these two teams. I mean, it would certainly be great to see some hitting today, but I think the games that they've played this year, it's been dominated by just some really good pitching. And now they're taking the tarp off the field, and both coaches talking with the umpires and just getting ready to play some ball.
When it comes, we do have some hitters on the field. We have Terrell Joyce for Sölvesborg, who's led the league in batting average this year with .638 average, plus Nick Moline, who's had a great year, hit .465. So we have Alex Urbanowicz also for Sundbyberg shortstop, hitting .438. Leo Bäckström coming 5 for the season, .409. Joe Wittig, also for Sölvesborg, at 400 hitters. So we got some hitters on both squads. So it should be very interesting. But we have pitchers that throw well. Neither one of them walk a lot of guys. So it's gonna be a battle.
Yeah, I think it'll be a very, very good game. And like you said, Sundbyberg has 3 of the top 5 hitters this year in the league, and Sölvesborg has two in the top 6 as well. So yeah, these guys can hit. There's no question about that. And then what's going to be even more interesting, I think, is the way that the rain and affects the baseball, and just how these pitchers are going to be able to see if they can control their pitches, and let alone put some spin on it, and see how they actually deal with this weather.
Also, when the weather comes into play, it's who gets out, who can score first, and who makes the most fewest mistakes. When these two teams met earlier in the season, it was an even match, but then Sundbyberg made a few mistakes, and Sölvesborg capitalized. So Sölvesborg won 4-0 against Sundbyberg this year. They're also 12-0 for the season. They're the returning champs. This is their 4th return to the finals. So they're a tough team to beat. Both teams good lineups, both defensively, offensively, pitching. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. You're absolutely right. And I think that really speaks volumes as to just the great job that the Sölvesborg team in general has had in keeping these guys on the field, identifying the talent, and just developing the talent as well. 4 finals in a row is a little bit of a dynasty there that Sölvesborg has going on. And now they're 4-0 against Sundbyberg this season. So, but at the end of the day, it's just this one game. This is it. You got to put it all out there today. And any given, as the saying goes, any given Sunday, or any given Saturday in this case, anyone can win.
And you have talk about dynasties. Sundbyberg back in the finals for the first time since 2007. And back in the old days when I was playing, when I first came here to Sweden, we won 85, 86, and they had won 84 before that. So it's been a while since Sundbyberg won the finals, but I remember the weather was like that back then. And it looks like it's letting up a little bit right now, but hopefully it holds up, and we'll have some good baseball to get today.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like you said, it's the first finals for Sundbyberg in quite a while. We know that they've been trying to transition and turn over a lineup of some of the veterans that they used to have years ago to some of these younger players now that they have had come up through the ranks. Sundbyberg has had some really good young teams in the past, in the U15, the juniors, and now these guys have graduated to the top team, to the top level, and it's good to see them finally put out the talent with the elite team that we always knew they had with the younger teams. And here we go. It looks like we're about to get started.
Okay, we have. Looks like it's a little wet right off the bat here for Moises, having a little trouble. Moises has this year has a 5-1 record, 0.57 ERA, 47 innings pitched. He'll be starting out for Sölvesborg. Will be Joel Johnson. Sorry, there's four Johnsons on the field today, so we're gonna mix it up once in a while. Joel Johnson leading off, playing center field.
Yeah, and like you said, Moises has just had a really, really good season. Actually, a great season. You can see he's really taken steps forward compared from last year, where he had a good season to this year. And he's just really locating and pitches well, and really throwing the ball really, really well.
It's a high ball one. Joel Johnson hitting .318 on the year, but he hasn't had a hit against Sundbyberg when they met, 0 for 8. Also, he's coming off of a hand injury from last year. So he spent most of the beginning of the season not swinging the bat at all. I talked with Daniel Johnson, the coach, and he was saying that they had him bunting most in the beginning of the year just so he wouldn't hurt the hand. He's coming back, though. He's doing a good job. High fastball, strike one. So 2-1.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It's very difficult to come back from any injury, but you know, as a batter, when you're getting back in there facing a guy like Moises who's throwing, 85, 90 miles an hour, mentally, it's a big, it's very difficult to just stay in that box and not think about your hand.
All right, 3-1. And we talked about it last time we were on the air. We talked about how important it is to get ahead of hitters with the first strikes. Moises is falling behind here early. It's going to be tough for him. He keeps falling behind. And ball 4.
And there it is. It's like you said. Let's just hope that this is part of Moises' process to get warmed up, as it is wet, it is cold out there. But you know, it's a simple game. You know, if you keep falling behind the batters, keep walking, or batters keep getting on base against you, you're not going to last very long. But let's see how Moises comes back now against the lefty number 2 hitter.
Here's Joe Wittig, the first baseman for Sölvesborg. Joe also having a good year, hitting 400. His first season here in Sölvesborg. Ball 1-1. Pick off attempt, safe at first base.
Moises has a very good pickup move to first. And it's really tough when you're a runner running against those lefties. You just don't know. Once they pick up the leg and they start bringing it down, you really don't know which way they're going to go. It makes it very difficult for the runner.
There's a runner. Fouls it off, lose the bat out of his hand. That's another thing when it's wet outside. It's going to be tough to hold on to the bat without some pine tar. And the pine tar is used on your hands or your gloves so you can hold the bat a little better. Joel Johnson is a threat for stealing bases. He's tied for second for his most stolen bases in the league with 7 this year. A lot of speed. Good base runner also.
And that's what you want to do if you're Sölvesborg. Like you said, you want to strike first. You want to get that momentum going.
There's a pickoff.
There it is. Caught him in a rundown. What?
Joe's going over to third. Long throw from Nicholas Malin. He's safe.
And that's very unfortunate. You saw that was a perfect opportunity for Sundbyberg to capitalize, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out. The ball got past the first baseman. And that's what happens when it's wet. That's what happens when it's raining out there and it's cold and you're not that warmed up yet. And unfortunately, it results in the runner going from first to third. And now Sölvesborg has a great opportunity to score first in this game. Third, runner on third, nobody out with your number 2 hitter. It's unfortunate for Sundbyberg.
Joe Wittig with 13 RBIs on the season so far. Curveball high. Got 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sundbyberg playing with the infield back. It's early on. Otherwise, late innings, you might see him come up and try to stop that run. High.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jim. I think at the moment maybe Sundbyberg is thinking let's just start collecting outs here. But it is a 3-2 count. Moises has to be very careful. Ideally, you don't want to put another runner on first with nobody out, but let's see how he responds.
3-2, nobody out, man on third. Foul ball. Joe's having trouble holding on to the bat. Let's see. But it's wet, though. It's very wet.
That's an understatement, Jim. It is very wet out there. And he might not be the only one. We'll see how the day progresses.
Oh. In this situation, that's why it's important to with nobody out or less than 2 outs to try to get a runner to advance all the way to third base. So it's enough with just a ground ball to get them in. If with 2 outs, then it's not that important to get a guy over to third base. Yeah. But before 2 outs, it's good, and you can also get a fly ball with a sac fly and so forth. So a lot of ways to score once you get a guy with third base with less than 2 outs. Fastball is a fly ball to center field.
The runner's going to tag at third.
Here comes the throw home. No run. There'll be a sac fly for Joe Wittig.
That's a really good piece of hitting by Joel. I think he wasn't trying to do too much with it. He knew he just needed to hit it to the outfield. That's what he did. You know, Jeff Pruitt out there for Sundbyberg. He's a really good defensive center fielder. Just didn't have the arm strength to be able to throw out the runner from third. It was really, really fast for Sölvesborg. And here we go, Sölvesborg on the board, 1-0.
Here's Terrell Joyce. Like we mentioned, Terrell Joyce at the top at leading the league with a .638 average. 4 home runs, 26 RBIs. This high ball 1-1. Terrell Joyce is one of the most merited players we have on the field. Was drafted by the Astros. Played 3 years in the Astros organization. Then he's played in Germany. He's played also in the Czech Republic and in Australia. I heard that he was Alex Urbanovich's roommate from when he played in the Czech, so they were on the same team.
Well, it's always interesting to have these guys here in Sweden. You know, there's so much talent here, but the baseball community is small. So, you know, you got a lot of these guys who played together.
The foul ball.
Played together in some teams around the world, but here they are on the field facing off against each other. So it's really nice to see, actually. I know you've been around the Swedish baseball system for a very long time. You have to tell us a little bit more about your experience the last several years.
There's a good curveball to strike him out.
It's a really good pitch by Moises there. Maybe that's the pitch that he needs to really start feeling that breaking ball. Striking out a very good hitter in Terrell Joyce.
Here comes Ben Johnson now playing second base today. One of the 4 Johnson brothers in the lineup. Is high ball 1. Having a good hitting year, Ben, hitting .351. Also 15 runs batted in. So clutch hitter when it counts.
Well, that's impressive. Imagine 4 brothers playing on one team. That is something.
Sounds like the Alou brothers back in the day.
That's
right?
And a baseball family right there.
It's another ball 2. I also played against their dad, Gary Johnson. He's the guy who brought them all over here way back in the day. He came over here almost the same time I came to Sweden. There's a strike.
When you were playing against Gary Johnson, was he also playing for Sölvesborg?
No, he played. I think he first came over and played for old Skarpnäck team that now is Stockholm. Left-handed outfielder. He's been around and coached these guys since they were younger. He was down in Toronto. Some of these players also some of the guys on the bench have all started out in Toronto. So he's coached these guys since they were young, brought them up. He's also been around. I know he's back in the States. He's probably watching his boys play. But he was around in Sweden for a long time.
Well, you obviously see the result of his hard work, having 4 of his boys playing on the Sölvesborg team. And being a Toronto kid myself, I can say there's a lot of talent coming out of Canada these days. So
3-1 count, 2 out. Inside. Ball 4, he walked him.
Well, it's the second walk of the inning for Moises. And looks like he's still taking a little bit of time to warm up here, which is unfortunate.
Here comes Marcus Melendez. Marcus also his first year in Sweden. He was actually born in Skellefteå, and to a Swedish mom, and he has an American dad. He's having a good year, hitting .302. Also 14 runs batted in, and 1 homer.
It's good to see Moises starts him off with a strike. That's what you want to see out of the Sundbyberg pitcher.
Good lead for Dan Johnson at first. Fastball, strike 2. So Moises went to a little more of a sidestep move, so he wouldn't cut down the time in case they're trying to steal.
Yeah, I think that would be a very good idea. You saw just how damaging that stolen base and error was earlier in the game. A couple more people in the stands now. It's good to see the weather's not keeping them away.
1-2, 2 out to Marcus Melendez. High fastball, 2-2. Inside ball. Going deep in counts early here, making it a little tough on himself, Moises.
Tough on himself and his team too.
Yeah.
Don't forget that these teams also play tomorrow. And you don't want to wear out your bullpen or any of the substitute pitchers you have.
High, another walk, third walk in the inning. That'll bring up Daniel Johnson, shortstop.
Now you see the Sundbyberg coach, Roderick, steps out to have a word with Moises. Probably just wants to know if he's feeling all right. Is it difficult to grip the ball with the rain coming down? And we're going to see maybe next inning when Sundbyberg comes up, just how the Sölvesborg pitcher is able to handle it, the rain and the wetness on the ball. But you can imagine it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. So, what do you do as a coach? You go and talk to your pitcher and just say, hey, listen, you just calm down, throw some strikes, trust your defense. What else is there to say?
I think just give me a strike 1. And one of the most important pitch is strike 1. After walking a few guys, you want to get ahead. Daniel Johnson goes for the first pitch, strike 1.
Well, there it is. There's your strike 1. So let's see if Moises can build on it now. It's already been a high pitch count in this first inning.
High, strike 2. Daniel, as we said, is the player coach for Sölvesborg. He's hitting .250 with 11 RBIs, 3 home runs this year. Curveball fouls it off. I was talking to Daniel the other day. I asked him the question because when I came over here, I was a player coach as well. I say, how does that work out for you? He said, it's tough to focus. He's thinking about making moves, but he said he's got a good team around him that helps him out. And a lot of veterans here that help the younger guys out as well. He said it's tough to focus on both playing and coaching, which is tough. But he's doing a pretty good job with it. 0-2. Per ball in the dirt. And he's out at third base.
It's a heck of a play by the catcher and the third baseman there to get Moises out of a jam. Good job by Sundbyberg to end the inning, but it's 1-0 Sölvesborg going into the bottom of the first.
Okay, bottom of the first inning. 1-0 to Sölvesborg. Got one run just by getting 3 walks in the inning and a sac fly.
That's right. It's an unfortunate inning, I think, for Moises. He probably wants to have that one back, but I also think he's lucky that he got out of it with just 1 run. 3 walks, left 2 runners on. Really good job by the defense to get him out of that jam. But you know, I think 1-0 is something is a good start, considering what happened last night.
There's Victor Kronell to lead off for Sundbyberg. Victor hitting .312 for the year. Strike one on a breaking ball on the outside. Victor hasn't had a hit against Sölvesborg this year, 0 for 9, but last weekend did a pretty good job helping his team out up in Rättvik. Got a couple of hits.
Quickly down 0-2, Jim.
Yeah. Eddie O'Connor's going to throw a lot of strikes. So some of our hitters have to be ready to hit. Outside, 1 and 2.
I don't know if you remember the last game we called against Leksand. Sundbyberg had this approach where they were being very aggressive against the young pitcher. And it worked because he got to him quite early. And it looks like maybe they're trying the same thing here against Sölvesborg.
Strike 3.
But we'll see if they continue on with that strategy, because that may not be the way to go against a veteran like Eddie O'Coin, just a really, really good pitcher.
Here's Alex Rabanowitz. Alex hitting .438 on the year, having a really good season. His first year in Sweden. High ball 1.
And Alex, affectionately known in the team as A-Rub, just had a great game against Leksand, the last game that we called 2 weeks ago. Really was the engine, I could say, for the Sundbyberg lineup.
Also last weekend against Rättvik went 3 for 9 with 4 RBIs. Big part of the 2 wins up there. Three and 0.
That's the thing with, I think, Alex is he's not a flashy player. He's just a really good player. He knows he's smart. He sees the ball well, and he makes sure that he's not cheated out of an at bat. You know, he's gonna make contact.
There's a strike, 3 and 1. Eddie O'Coin, second in the league in pitching, ERA 1.29, has a 4-0, 4 wins, no losses. He hasn't walked a guy all year. That's another. So he throws a lot of strikes, 25 strikeouts.
Well, that's impressive.
Popped up, left field. And that's Frederick Seger making the play.
Yeah, just like I was saying, Jim, it's very impressive for Eddie O'Coin not to have walked a batter all season. Whether or not the season was shortened by, the pandemic or the odd schedules, the fact that you do not walk a batter is just really, really impressive. It doesn't really happen these days in baseball.
Oh, he's a routine pitcher. There's Niklas Malin, having a great season, hitting .465 with 31 RBIs. His shot out to straight over the head of the center fielder.
Well, that was a really, really good hit by Niklas there. He really got a hold of it, just tattooed it over the center fielder, like you said, just to the left of the center fielder, and it's a double. Good start for Sundbyberg. Let's hope that they can keep the train rolling and maybe try and tie up this game with Pruitt up to bat now.
Here's Jeff Pruitt hitting .333 on the year, 9 RBIs, 2 home runs. A strike on the outside corner, breaking ball. Jeff's one of the guys who hit well against Sölvesborg during the season. Hit .411 with 7 hits and 17 at bats, with 4 RBIs when they met earlier in the season. Also had a good weekend last week, 3 for 10, with 3 RBIs against Rättvik. Big part of the wins up there. 1-1, 2 out, and on second base. Another breaking ball, 1-2.
Yeah, and Jeff's one of those guys who played in the minor league systems over in the United States, and he's just got a ton of talent, ton of experience. Really somebody that exactly the kind of person you want here at this at bat. Not going to get cheated out of it.
Foul ball. we mentioned his playing in the States. He was drafted by the Marlins and been at extended spring training before he was cut a few years back. The breaking ball base hit to center field. Here comes the play. Nicholas Malin come around.
That's exactly what you want to see. That was a great piece of hitting. You saw Jeff just extended his arms. He didn't try and force anything. He just placed that ball right in front of the center fielder for a single. And really smart base running by Nicholas. He knew he had a good opportunity, rounded third base, and just dug his heels in and went for it. And Jeff was also very conscious. Rather than staying at first base, he saw the throw was not going to get cut off, and he went over to second base. And now you got Sundbyberg ties up the game 1-1 with a runner on second.
Brings up Philip Geisler. Goes for the first pitch, fastball, ground to second. In the dirt. Ben Johnson. That'll score another run.
And that's an error by the second baseman there. Unfortunately, I think there was a little bit of panic there. He had time. Philip Geisler is not the fastest runner on the field, and he had time to get him. He just, I think, panicked a little bit. Didn't throw a good ball to the first baseman. First baseman missed it, and that allows Sundbyberg to score their second run. And Philip moves up to second base. So once again, here's Sundbyberg up 2-1, 2 outs, runner on second base. What do we talk about momentum?
Yeah.
Once you get that momentum, you just have to take advantage of it. You got to seize your opportunities and keep that train rolling.
There's Leo Beckstrom coming up, the catcher. First pitch again, this curveball. They got it out, lined out to left field. Another good play by Frederick Segre. Sundbyberg gets 2 runs in the inning, and after one, it's 2-1, Sundbyberg. Top of the second inning here in Sundbyberg, the SM Finals. 2-1 to Sundbyberg. Daniel Johnson leading off. He'll start the inning again. There was a throw out at caught stealing at third base when Daniel was up last inning, so he starts it off here. Strike one. 1-1.
A big swing and a miss there. Let's see if it looks like the rain has slowed down just a little bit, but it's still wet out there. Let's see how Moises deals with it this inning.
That was a strike. 1-2. Daniel didn't like that call. One and two, nobody out. Two and two. All right. Full count. Once again, Moises is getting ahead of batters and then getting behind in the count after that. Throwing a lot of pitches early on. And got him fastball. Got him swinging.
That's a big swing and a miss. And hey, if you're gonna be able to do that to every batter, I don't mind you getting behind, you know. And that's the thing with Moises. He just has really good stuff, really good breaking balls, just overpowering fastball. And that's why he's been arguably the best pitcher in the league this year. So it's a good start to the inning for Moises.
Is John Michael Johnson, the third brother in the lineup. Johnson brother. High ball one. John Michael's having a pretty good year, hitting .320 with 9 RBIs, 16 hits and 50 at bats. There's a strike. This is actually the fourth brother, Johnson, not the third. We already saw Joel, Danny, and Ben hitting. There's a strike. 1 and 2. John Michael's been away and playing in Australia after the 2018 season, where he's improved quite a bit. So plays the outfield and pitches a little bit for Sölvesborg. There's a curveball down low. 2 and 2. He might be able to, once he gets a couple of strikes, looks like he's trying to be a little too fine, especially with the bottom half of the order coming up.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, Moises just has a great fastball. You know, I think he just needs to rear back and blow it away for some of these younger hitters.
Yeah. 2-2, 1 out. It's a high fastball. Full count again.
That was it. That's what he's trying to do. He just got to locate it a little bit better. But that's, here we go. Another full count, like you said. Just racking up that pitch count once again. This will be the 11th pitch of the inning already for Moises.
That's high for a walk. It's the fourth walk already for Moises Pargas. Brings up Fredrik Seger. Left fielder made a couple nice good plays out in left field to start. He ended the inning last inning with a good play.
And there's a drastic difference in style between Moises and the Sölvesborg pitcher, where you've got one who's got 4 walks today already, and the other has not walked the batter all season long.
Strike on the outside corner, strike one.
I think these two teams are, like you said, the best in Sweden and just really, really good. And they're going to adjust to these pitchers throughout the game.
Slow, fastball, 1-1.
I think you see Sölvesborg here, seeing that Moises is struggling a little bit with his command. They're just going to sit back, and they're going to make him work for it. They're going to make Moises have to throw strikes to get them out.
Throws over again. Goes with the pitch, bloops it over first base. Good job of hitting right there.
Yeah, it was a really good job of hitting. He, like you said, he just blooped it over the first baseman. It's really difficult to square up the bat on a pitch from Moises, especially a fastball. He just throws it really, really hard, and that was a good piece of hitting right there.
We got one out, first and second. That'll bring up Clement Esteban. Clement is a French national. He's on the 40-man roster for the French national team. He's been involved with French junior national teams and the youth national teams the last few years. Doesn't have a whole lot of at-bats, but hitting .350. 7 for 20 on the year, 6 RBIs. He has one hit against Sundbyberg earlier in the season.
I gotta say, Jim, I really enjoy seeing that. Just the influx of international players that are coming here to play in Sweden. Some of the American guys. You have his French national here, and Clement Esteban, and it's really good to see. I mean, the game really is growing out there. It's no longer just about the Dominican, Cubans, Americans. You've got guys all over Europe, all over the world, traveling around and playing.
Yep. We got 1-1, one out, first and second. Clement Esteban up, and nickname of Signor Clem, what? So there, I just wanted to promised I would say that on the air. Popped up, infield fly. Alex Urbanowitz pulls it down for the second out.
That's an interesting nickname, Signor Clement, seeing as how Signor is Spanish and Clement is French.
Well, I think
Monsieur Clement.
I'm not going to go into details, but I think Esteban, he's partially French, partially. I'm not sure, so I'm not going to go into too many details. But I found that it was Signor Clem, like so.
Well, let's face it. I mean, baseball teams have just random nicknames sometimes. So it's difficult to figure it out.
That'll bring up Joel Johnson again. Walked his first time up, came around to score. The first run for Sölvesborg. Goes after first pitch, strike one. Joel, along with his brother Daniel, played at Covenant College in Georgia, in the States. They graduated in 2018. 0-2, 2 outs, first and second. It's a curveball, bounce it up towards the middle. Johan Jansson makes the force play at second base.
It's a really good play there by the defense.
So at the end of 1.5. It's 2-1 Sundbyberg.
How does your voice do after this?
I don't know. It's like, I guess I don't say much at home, so
You rest there.
I rest at home. Let's hope I turn the mic
You
off.
just say yes, man.
Is this the QR code, the Swish thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I talk about that? Okay. But how am I going to talk about it when I don't see it?
You just say in between innings you put the QR.
Yeah, I'm showing it now. But I'm not going to say the number when I don't see it. The Swish code. Swish number. Okay.
But you can see it on the YouTube all the time.
Oh, okay.
I think so.
All right, here we go. Bottom of the second inning. Here in Sundbyberg, SM Finals between Sölvesborg and Sundbyberg. Adam Hopkins to lead off. Playing left field today. That's low, ball 1. Adam hitting 153 on the year. 7 RBIs. Two one. Adam Hopkins, son to pitching coach Roderick Hopkins. Curveball in for a strike. 2-2. The difference between now Eddie O'Kine throwing that curveball for a strike, which Moises Pargas is having a little tough time with his curve. Oh, looks like he got him. Hit by pitch.
Well, if you're Sundbyberg, that's what you want. You want base runners, and you want that first runner on just to try and create a little bit of havoc there on the bases. And even though the rain has stopped for the most part, you still see these pitchers just having a little bit of trouble with the grip, a little bit of trouble locating their pitches.
Here comes Rickard Young playing third base today. Whoop, throws it away. It's going to be a long throw. Play at third base. He's safe. Missed the tag. So the same thing that happened with for Sundbyberg on a pickoff play at first base, overthrown, and the runner goes all the way down to third base.
You saw the Sölvesborg team was appealing to the other umpire, saying the third baseman did tag him. And you saw the third baseman came off the bag a little bit. I'm not sure. It's difficult to see from this angle whether or not he actually needed to. I think if he had stayed on the bag, if it was possible, he might have had an opportunity to tag that runner, but he chose to come off. And it just gives Sundbyberg the opportunity here. But you still have the umpires talking amongst themselves on the field. So have we ever had a call overturned?
We have our umpire guest, one of our top umpires in our booth, Cameron Hansen. Have we ever had a call overturned?
Yeah, we have. It happens a couple times a season, I would say. But then it has to be clear, and the other umpires have a clear view of the play and see it without a doubt. If there's any doubt, you don't overturn it.
So you don't have the replay like the major leagues. So you gotta be sharp.
Not,
The other
not
umpires
live,
gotta be sharp.
unfortunately. I wish we did. It would be helpful.
Here's really young with an opportunity, man on third base. Nobody out. Foul ball, strike one. Rickard really young, 46 years old, made a comeback with Sundbyberg. I remember when Rilla first came up to play. Started out playing in Kungsängen, came up to Sundbyberg. I coached him in the national team a bunch of years ago. One of our top players throughout the years.
You played in South Africa.
No, in what did I say? In Kungsängen.
But is he South Africa?
Yeah, he played in South Africa also. Yeah.
It's I mean, that's one of the more clever nicknames, I would say. Rickard really young, the veteran. Some of these young guys having fun with him, but it's good to see that he's still able to play there with the team.
Puts the ball in play back, comebacker to Eddie O'Kine. Is an out.
It's the first out there for Sölvesborg this inning, but they still have that threat sitting at Sundbyberg still has that threat sitting at third base, so have to continue to be careful here, Sölvesborg.
That'll bring up number 9 hitter Johan Jansson. Not having one of his best years, but Johan's one of those streak hitters if he gets hot. Hitting 105 for the year. As a strike. Versatile player, can play many positions. Play first, second, third.
Sort of a Swiss Army knife out there on the field.
A clutch hitter at times as well. See if he can do it now with the man on third, one out. 1-1. He fouls it off. Right on that one. Just missed it.
Yeah, normally when the batter fouls it straight back, you just probably a fraction of a centimeter miss it. But it's really good to see a player like Johnson, like you say, who is a bit of an all-arounder.
He pops one up to right field. This will be another play at the plate.
Runner tagging at third.
John Michael Johnson with the throw. It's a sacrifice fly for Johan Johnson.
And that's a good piece of hitting. Was able to have enough on it to send it out to the outfielder and enough to score the runner from third. Now you got a 3-1 lead if you're Sundbyberg with the top of the order coming back up. So it's a really good job there by Johan Johnson. And I got to say, I really admire these players who are able to play multiple positions really well. I mean, it's difficult enough to play one position competitively at this level, let alone be able to fill in multiple positions and still be able to just go out and give you a competitive at-bat.
Yeah, that seems to be the trend even in the major leagues as well, to have more versatility on your team. Victor Kroneld, 0 for 1, struck out his first time up. Goes to the first pitch, off-speed pitch. So go for a bunt for a base hit. Strike 2. A lot of speed. Ground ball to shortstop. Throws it away. It's an error on the shortstop. And that'll Victor Kronell goes to second base. I think it's once the ball's on the ground, it's getting a little wet. Same thing we saw earlier with Ben Johnson on the ground ball to second base.
That's right. Both the second baseman and shortstop have really struggled with their throws to first. And it's really difficult for that first baseman to be able to dig it out of the dirt when it's wet because you don't know, as a first baseman, you don't know how the hop is going to come. How is the water affecting the dirt? Is it going to come right up at you? Is it going to slow it down? And it's difficult to dig it out. And you just saw that. And it's a very dangerous here situation with Victor on second base.
We got 2 out. Man on second base, Alex Urbano, what's up? Flew out to left field his first time up. And we saw even the first time up, Eddie O'Kon trying to pitch around a little bit. Alex got behind in the count. Once again, he gets behind with a ball. He knows what Alex can do in this situation with runners in scoring position. Hard ground ball to first base. Oh.
And once again, you see the Sölvesborg infield just really struggling there. The first baseman, difficult hard hit ball to field. And again, I think you saw a bit of panic there where he rushed his throw to the pitcher who was trying to cover first base, completely missed him. And in that situation, you've got 2 outs. I think as a player, you need to be smarter than that. You need to just hold on to the ball. You would have runners at first and third, but you still have the 2 outs.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
now in this case, you miss the pitcher. The runner from third scores. You're up 4-1 if you're Sundbyberg, and you've got Alex Urbanovic standing at second base. And yeah, I mean, this is the championship game. This isn't just a normal season game. You really need to be really smart.
Yeah. We get an intentional walk for Nicholas Malin. There was an open base, so instead of pitching around him, they put him on. Pretty smart move, I think. You know, we have 2 outs with Urbanowitz in scoring position. Brings up Jeff Pruitt.
You think it's sort of a little bit of a maybe statistics move in the sense that you got a righty going up against Nicholas Malin, the lefty. You'd rather have the righty on righty matchup, but you know, a guy like Jeff Pruitt.
Fly ball to left to right field. John Michael Johnson under it.
Is the right call.
And there's an out. So after 2 innings, Sundbyberg gets 2 more runs. It's 4-1. Be aware, in between innings here, we're putting up our Swish number for Sundbyberg baseball. Take a look at that, and please donate for Sundbyberg Heat. That was a fly ball to right. F9. They got 2 runs. Any hits? No hits. They had 2 left on.
Yeah, 2 runners.
And they had 1. That's 2 errors they had.
Yes, bro, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't get any hits that inning. No hits.
No hits. No, 2 hits. Or last inning.
2 hits? That inning.
No, last inning was no hits.
No hits. You got 2 runs. So it's 4-1. Who's coming up here? Top of the order, huh? No.
Mm-hmm.
What did he do last?
Didn't you fly out? No.
Who's got
coming up?
Second.
what did Joel do last inning?
That's it.
F
Good choice.
4-6, huh?
Oh yeah, second baseman to shortstop.
Yeah. So Wittig's coming up now. Right?
4, 6, and 50.
Okay, here we go. What's with this fucking mouse, man? There we go. Gotta have my mouse.
There we go.
Top of the 3rd inning. Joe Wittig to lead it off. Had a sacrifice fly and an RBI back in the 1st inning, scoring Joel Johnson for the first Sölvesborg run. Or the only run, actually. The pop up. Ooh. Looked like it was out of play, but good effort by Leo Beck's
Now you have Sundbyberg up 4-1. I think if you're Moises, you're probably thinking, all right, let me just throw strikes. Let me just trust my defense here. Up 4-1, got little bit of a lead. Don't try not to stress out. That's easier said than done, though.
Yeah,
Calling
yeah.
the game up here. I mean, when you're down there in the field at 10 degrees and it's raining, something else.
See, right there is difference when I'm talking about throwing the curveball for a strike in that situation. Goes it outside for ball 2. Fastball high inside. Go to 3-1 count.
Well, you're absolutely right. There is a difference. I mean, any opponent's really locating his pitches well. Has not walked anybody. He's pitched extremely well. It's just unfortunate his infield has let him down a little bit early in this game, and he's down 4-1 compared to Moises. Just hasn't found the feel for his breaking ball yet.
And it's high and a walk.
Could say he hasn't found the feel for his fastball either.
Yeah.
This is what, his 5th walk of the game, I think.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. That'll bring up Terrell Joyce. Struck out his first time up.
The ever dangerous Terrell Joyce this season. Best hitter in the league, I would say. MVP maybe?
He's got a shot. Ball 1, Terrell Joyce. Hard hit down to third base. Good play by Rick Young. And a double play.
Well, that was a heck of a play by the third baseman. I mean, Terrell Joyce is just, I mean, you could see him on the field. He's just a big, strong boy. Oh, it looks like the call was actually overturned, and Terrell Joyce is safe
Oh,
at
he's safe at
first
first.
base.
Okay.
But still, a heck of a play by Rickard Young at third base, just to dig that hard hit ball out of the ground, throw a strike to second base. And I think the turn by the second baseman was actually really good. It's just unfortunately Terrell Joyce outran it.
Yeah, and the throw being a little wide. Tough play for Nick Moline to make the tag. That's what they're confirming about right now. Safe? They call him safe. Must have missed the tag then. Hard hit ball down third base. Good play by Rick Young. It'll bring up Ben Johnson, who walked his first time up.
Got quite a bit of fans out on the field now. I would say maybe 20 to 30 people out here watching in the rain with umbrellas. It's really good to see.
Bounces the first one, ball 1.
You know, now that you're watching pandemic sports with no fans, it really does change the aspect of a game, I would say. It's not the same.
In the States, they have cutouts in the stands. People cut out faces. Here we have umbrellas. There's a foul ball. Good aggressive swing by Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson and his brother, he's the youngest of the 4. Ben and John Michael are both signed to play college ball. Let me get the information for where they signed in L.A. I'll try to figure that out for you. And Masters University in Los Angeles, California. So after this series, they'll be taken off for L.A. Foul ball.
So you got 2 of the Johnson brothers playing in Georgia.
Yeah.
And now
These are the youngest
younger
2. Yeah.
are now playing in California.
They're going to go California first year.
Well, that's interesting because I think Northern California is dealing with that forest fire right now. But I guess if they're out of LA, there should be some good baseball.
Yeah.
Still.
Another foul ball. Good at bat, fouling off 1 and 2. They've already started online classes, so that's a good sign. 1 and 2, 1 out. Man on first base, Ben Johnson. at the plate. Inside, 2-2. I think the Sölvesborg hitters have been very patient with the secondary pitches of Moises Pargas. They've been jumping on the fastball and let the other stuff go until he can throw strikes with his curveballs, and that's what you got to do.
That's right.
As a changeup bounces it.
Yeah,
We're back to the full count.
Absolutely right, Jim. I mean, you know, despite the fact that they're down 4-1, I think that's how you can really tell that the team, the lineup is full of really good hitters. You've identified that Moises doesn't have his command there today, and they're being very patient. And that's giving them an opportunity now with the runner on first.
That's another walk.
It's another walk. Moises' sixth walk of the game. Runners on first and second, and you know, what else can you say? You play with fire, eventually you're going to get burned. And from a Sundbyberg perspective, let's hope that doesn't happen and they can continue to turn out some great defensive plays like they have been. But, you know, from Sölvesborg, this is what you want. You want runners on base. You want that pressure on the pitcher. You want him to keep throwing more and more pitches, tire himself out. Let's see if they can capitalize.
His catcher Marcus Melendez up. High ball one. They're being very patient, looking for the pitch that they like.
I think you heard a little bit of a cry there from Moises out of frustration. He knows he's just not able to locate his pitches right now. But he has to stay patient. He has to stay calm.
There's strike one. Foul ball. I don't know if we mentioned Marcus Melendez. We said he was born in Sweden, from New York. So he lives in New York. Good to see a New Yorker with all these California people around. I'm from New York myself. There's a high pitch. 3-1.
So you growing up in New York, are you a Mets fan or a Yankee fan?
I don't know if I should Mets fan, but I like the Yankees as well. I like both Mets and Yankees, especially when they play against each other. Then it's a party at my house. There's a strike. Tell you the truth, my mother was a Mets fan. May she rest in peace. She had all of her friends up in their 80s and 90s, and one of her best friends was a Yankee fan. So as soon as the Mets lost and the Yankees won, they'd call each other up and terrorize each other. So in New York, it's that's a tough question.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Ball four, Melendez is on. The second time on a walk. We have bases loaded.
3 walks for Moises this inning. I think you got to start asking yourself, if you're Sundbyberg, at how long of a leash does Moises have? Because, again, this is the championship game, and we know we have another game to play tomorrow, potentially maybe even a third game if necessary. But how far do you let him go if he continues to struggle? Bases loaded, 1 out.
Corners are in for Sundbyberg. Daniel Johnson coming up. He struck out his first time up, but good contact hitter. Smart hitter as well.
And Sundbyberg doesn't have anybody warming up right now in their bullpen, so I think they have complete trust in Moises to get himself out of this jam. And on the one hand, that's really good to see.
We're going to have to keep an eye on his pitch count for the inning. There's a good, healthy swing by Daniel. Off-speed pitch. Looks like he spotted his changeup a little better with that one. It's tough to see from our view if it's a changeup or some other type of. It looked like an off-speed changeup. He bounced those a couple times before. It looks like he's getting more command of it now.
That's right.
1-1, 1 out, bases loaded. High ball, 2-1.
I mean, this is a critical moment in the game here, Jim, because for both teams, I mean, from the Sundbyberg side of things, you want to stop Sölvesborg right here. You want to cut off their momentum. It's not that many times in a game where you find yourself with the opportunity to gain a lot of momentum. And if you're Sölvesborg, you want to keep it going, and you really want to capitalize here. Because if you don't,
It's fastball, strike.
I think if you're Sölvesborg and you don't capitalize, it's very detrimental, I think, for your team, you know?
Yeah, you don't want to leave these guys on base.
That's
You've
right.
got to get a couple of runs out of this situation right here. Inside, we go back to a full count again. Full count, bases loaded. We got one out, so the runners won't be moving. They'll be staying put. We got John Michael Johnson on deck. This is the spot where you want to hit right here. This is the fun part, right, when you're up at the plate. Being aggressive. A lot of pressure on the pitcher right here. There you got him to fish on an outside fastball.
Yeah, that was really, I think, really, really good on Moises' part, and on some level also a little bit lucky that Daniel went and chased it. It was not pitch was not over the plate, and well, that happens, that happens. But you're absolutely right. I think as a young kid, that's what you dream about, right? Every time you're in your backyard, you're hitting balls. You're always thinking bases loaded.
3-2, bases loaded.
Here we go, bottom of the ninth, and this is it. You've got these situations.
That was the only thing that was missing, was bottom of the ninth. So here's John Michael, reached for a walk his first time up. John Michael Johnson, the right fielder, made a couple nice good plays out there so far today. And on the defensive end, high ball one.
Yeah, I think if you're Sölvesborg, you want to get at least one run here in this situation. I think it would be very demoralizing if you're not able to get at least one.
The strike. Like a check swing, but he won around for strike two. 1-2.
Yeah, that was not a pretty swing. I think Jan Mikael Janssen wants that one back for sure. But here we go, 1-2, advantage to Moises and Sundbyberg.
Ooh, just missed. Fastball on the inside. That's a tough pitch right there. Inside corner. 1-2 to the right-hander. That's a tough pitch.
It is a tough pitch.
To let go also. And he let it go. Just missed the spot. We're at 2-2. And strike three. Moises comes back. Shuts him down. So after 2.5 innings, the score 4-1 Sundbyberg.
Yeah, because they have home field advantage.
When the QR code is up, he said it was like the mic is still on them.
What's that?
You won.
we go. Bottom of the third inning here in Sundbyberg for the SM Finals. Game 1 of a 5-game series. The first game today, second game tomorrow, and then there'll be the rest of the games played down in Sölvesborg next weekend. Philip Geisler to lead it off. First pitch. Hits the ball shot down the right field line. Goes in with a stand-up double.
Well, that's a really
Right
well hit
field.
ball by Philip there. Just scorched it down the right field line. And you know what? I think the reason why the Sundbyberg hitters are being very aggressive is because they know that the Sölvesborg pitcher has not walked a batter all season long. He throws around the plate. He's always going to be around the plate. Why not be aggressive?
Yeah, I mean, they're jumping on that first pitch because they know they're going to get a lot of off-speed stuff, and Eddie O'Coin has good control of his off-speed stuff. So it's a good logic to jump on that first pitch. You could see that you want to hit.
Right?
Yeah, being aggressive.
Pitcher has good command. He wants to get ahead of the batters. You know that ball is going to come right to your zone.
Yeah. There's Leo Beckstrom, the catcher, lined out to left field his first time up.
It was a great play by the left fielder, if you remember.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little bit of a sliding catch there.
Goes the other way, ground ball to second. Good play by Ben Johnson. Moves the runner over to third, like we spoke about earlier in the game. Getting that runner to third base with less than 2 outs is very important. Now you can hit a fly ball for a sac fly. Now the infield is coming in for Sölvesborg. They're coming in the corners are in. Short and second. I guess you could say that's in.
And the outfielders are in as well.
Outfields are pulling in also. Okay. Right up the middle, Adam Hopkins with a base hit.
There you saw again, that's the third batter in a row that swung for that first pitch. They know that O'Coin is around the plate. They know he's got good command. This is really smart from Sundbyberg. Now they've got a 5-1 lead, 1 out, runner on first base. It's really good coaching as well. I'm sure the coaches have identified that, and they've been telling these hitters, hey, be aggressive.
I know they've had Rickard Reimar, the national team coach, working with the hitters since the beginning of August. He's moved down from Leksand, where he lived. So he's been working with the hitters, filming them, and I'm sure you're seeing a lot of the results right here now. Him working with the hitters, just being aggressive. This is the bottom of the lineup, also doing damage right now. Here's Rickard Young. Grounded out back to the pitcher his first time up. Adam Hopkins has some pretty good speed. Ooh, tried to pick off Marcus Melendez, the catcher, after the pitch. Saw that Adam Hopkins had a big lead. Almost got him. A good throw, and plus first baseman Joe Wittig was off the base, so it was tough. They were both rushing back to get to the base.
I think he caught the first baseman off guard there.
Yeah. So with the first baseman on the spot and a good throw, they might have had him.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. But you see, Adam Hopkins, he's not taking that aggressive of a lead either. I don't think he wants to run into an out right now when you're up 5-1.
Yeah. Oh, they got him. Pick off.
I did not expect that one. Caught me off guard as well, Jim. I did not expect Adam Hopkins to get thrown out there. He looks like he didn't take more than a 3-step lead, but maybe he was also surprised by that really fast pickoff move by the pitcher.
Pretty good job by Eddie O'Kine.
Right on the money too. That's difficult to do as a right-hander. Just turn around really quickly and fire right into that catching sweet spot by the first baseman.
Okay, so we have 2 outs. Rickard Young, no balls and 2 strikes. Throws a little waste pitch outside. 1-2. Soft liner out to center field. Pulled down by Joel Johnson. But Sundbyberg gets a run in the bottom of the third inning. At the end of 3, it's Sundbyberg 5 and Sölvesborg 1. Top of the 4th inning here in Sundbyberg. 5-1 to Sundbyberg. Fredrik Seger for Sölvesborg coming up. Had a base hit his first time up. Goes to the first pitch, strike 1.
You know, Jim, we mentioned last inning that these two teams will play today and tomorrow, possibly with a third game, but actually it's a best of 5 series. So they play today and tomorrow in Sundbyberg here at Örvallen. And then next weekend they play 3 games at Sölvesborg.
Uh, 0-2. Foul ball. High ball 1-2. Clement Esteban is on deck, followed by the top of the order, Joel Johnson. We saw this boy in the 4th. Fouls it off. Keeping the at-bat alive. There's a fastball strike. Strike 3.
Check swing strike right there. I think the batter would probably want that one back, but you got to do a little bit of a better job of being aggressive, I think, against Moises.
That was a little bit like the pitch he threw to Daniel Johnson, inside fastball with 2 strikes from the left-handed pitcher to the righty batter, and he got a little caught him hung up a little bit. Didn't know if he wanted to swing or not. Here comes Clement Esteban. Popped out to short his first time up. There's a strike, fastball.
You know, I think if you're Sölvesborg right now, this is not what you want. You missed 2 innings now in a row to be able to put some runs on the board, and it looks like Moises is starting to get the feel for his pitches again. He's got this inning and at least next inning he can throw.
There's a base hit up the middle. Good at bat for Clement Esteban.
That's a very good job by Clement Esteban, recognizing that Moises is around the plate. He's throwing strikes this inning. He slaps a hit up the middle. It's exactly what Sundbyberg was doing to O'Cohen last inning.
Top of the order, Joel Johnson up. Walked and scored a run in the first. Grounded out fielder's choice in the second. From between second and short. Close, kind of a close move there. Almost stepped towards home plate. Looked like. I think Moises is using the short step towards home, and he just had a short step towards first base this time. Foul ball. Good swing by Joel Johnson.
Hey Jim, let me ask you, who do you think is the best New York team this year?
It's tough to say. I know the Yankees probably have the best team, but they've had some injuries. The Mets are coming along, playing a little better baseball right now, but it's a strange year as well. Tough. There's only about 15 games left in the season. I think it's going to be a sprint towards the end.
Well, what if I tell you that neither of those teams are?
Okay, who's the best team?
Well, don't forget that this year, because of the pandemic, the Toronto Blue Jays are playing out of Buffalo.
Ah.
A bit of a trick question there.
Mets beat up on them yesterday, so at least of a game I saw.
It's true, but they really come out strong this year, the Blue Jays. Really
Yeah, they look good. Foul ball. You got 1 and 2. 1 out. Man on first base. Joel Johnson at the plate.
Been a bit of a strange day. I mean, we thought it was going to be really a pitcher's duel here, but really it's been more of a story of defenses, with Sundbyberg playing really, really well behind Moises.
There's a good curveball, fouls it off.
And unfortunately, Sölvesborg, with 4 errors in the game already, they've not backed up O'Cohen very well.
We had a couple of the throw, I think, from the first baseman there. That was a little, should have ate the ball. But otherwise, I think the errors have been due to the wet grass. And the wet ball, probably on hard ground balls as well. So it's back up the middle. Oh, nice play by Alex Urbanowitz. Steps on the bag at second to get the force. But Joel's got a lot of speed over first base.
Yeah, that was a heck of a play by the shortstop, Alex Urbanowitz. Really, really athletic. It's a great dive. And then to get up, step on the bag, and actually make an accurate throw to first, I mean, wow.
A great play. I think he pulled a. Wish I had a replay thing just to see that. We don't have a replay. But you see, he got pulled off the base a little bit. And Joel Johnson's got a lot of speed. Like we said before, he's been tied second with stolen bases in the league. Brings up Joe Whittick. Had a sac fly with an RBI in the first and walked the second time up.
Well, this is probably the best, I would say the best inning we've seen Moises throw so far. He's getting ahead of the batters. It's exactly what you want to do. It looks like he's just got his feel back. He's warmed up.
It's also about being, getting smart at the bottom half of the order as well, and going after hitters In the beginning, he walked the bottom part of the order. Now he's struck out a couple guys. So he's getting ahead and he's throwing his sticking with his fastball instead of when he's ahead in strikes. We got 0-2, no balls, 2 strikes to Joe Wittig. Bounced it. Leo Beckstrom had a tough time finding the ball. Looks like he got something in his eye. Some dirt off the bounce.
Yeah, you heard his teammates there yelling at the feet, trying to tell him that it was just not very far. And Joel Johnson there at first base was debating whether or not he should have moved up to second. But I think he made the smart choice there because like you saw, the ball was not very far.
They're down by 4 runs as well, so you don't want to.
You don't want to run into an out.
Yeah.
And Leo has a good arm. Leo Beckstrom has a really good arm.
Yeah. Fastball, base hit up the middle.
And Joel Johnson goes from
First
to third. Sorry. It's a really good bit of base running there. So here's again, 3rd inning in a row. Even though Moises was throwing better this inning, Sölvesborg has a couple runners on. And with their best hitter coming up to the plate now. Once again, this is just opportunities that present themselves where you really have to take advantage.
Terrell Joyce coming up. Yeah, 0 for 2 we don't today. Excuse me, I'm mixing in Swedish and English here. High fastball, ball 1.
Heck of a play by Leo Backstrom. He had to really go up and get that ball very, very high. But
Terrell hit a hard ground ball last time off to third base. Got the force out at second. Almost turned a double play. Ball 2. Notice when the big hitters come up, Nick Moline for Sundbyberg and Terrell Joyce for Sölvesborg, pitchers try to get a little bit more fine instead of going right after them, challenge them. We go to 3-0.
Is it possible that Moises maybe remembers that last at bat where he really got a hold of that pitch, and it was a good play by Rickard Young at third base to hold him, but maybe that that stays in your mind as a pitcher.
At the same time, you're up by 4 runs. You can afford to attack guys, especially with guys not in scoring position. Oh, good pitch on the outside corner. 3-1. I'm not sure Joe liked that call. He's been calling that just on the corner, on the outside as well. So 3-1 fastball. Pop up to the catcher. Foul ball.
Well, I think that was unfortunate. You heard a little bit of a groan from the Sundbyberg infield, but it's tough to see. It's raining. You're looking up. The ball literally has the same color as the sky. It's very easy to lose it. I think that's just what happened to Leo there.
I just hope he didn't. He had something in his eye from a couple pitches before. I hope that wasn't a problem here as well. I think he just lost it in the gray sky.
I think you're right, but I think Terrell Joyce there breathed a sigh of relief. Now you got 3-2, another opportunity.
Runner will be going. 3-2, 2 out. Inside, ball 4.
Bases loaded now, with 2 outs for Sölvesborg, and the rain is starting to come down a little bit more again. People pulled out their umbrellas again. How is this going to affect the game? Continue to affect the game now?
Ben Johnson walked twice. Been the same situation as last inning with 3 guys on base. See if they Sölvesborg can capitalize.
Well, I mean, Ben Johnson, there's a reason why they put him in the cleanup spot, you know, and this is it. You don't get a better opportunity than this. Bases loaded. This is your job. You got to come in here and find ways to drive those batters in.
Foul ball. 1-1. It's the time to be aggressive right here as well. As soon as you see that fastball, jump on it. And Moises is around the plate. He's been a bit high with his fastball, and he bounced his changeup a bit. But he's around the plate. You got to go for it.
That's right. Yeah, the inning started really, really good for Moises.
Foul ball. That fastball inside, low inside to the right-handed hitter has been pretty effective. You just missed against Wittig before, Terrell Joyce, and now Ben just fouled that pitch off. We got 1-2. Bounces the changeup again.
It's a good job by Leo Backstrom there to block the ball. Because if that ball gets by, runners move up, scores a run. Good job by Leo.
Two out. Bases loaded. Ben Johnson at the plate. Hard hit ball to third. Rickard Young gets the force at second base. Once again, we get no runs scored. And at the end of 3.5 innings, it's 5-1 Sundbyberg. We'll be putting up the Swish number in between innings, so take a look and please donate for Sundbyberg Heat Baseball. Welcome back to Sundbyberg. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Johan Jansson to lead off against Eddie Orkine. Eddie Orkine has thrown just 45 pitches so far through the first 3 innings.
That's a drastic difference from the Sundbyberg pitcher, Moises, who's thrown 112 pitches already.
He's gone deep into counts.
Very deep. Plus bases loaded. He's at runners in scoring position. You hear the crowd getting into it now. Now you have a really good amount of people here. Maybe 30, 40 people here cheering on this game.
Johan had a sacrifice fly to right field his first time up with an RBI. Won one of the runs. Curveball, strike 3.
And you know what? A Cohen can actually pitch the entire game as long as he keeps Sölvesborg in the match. And Sölvesborg, the lineup can get some runs off Sundbyberg. This will be interesting to watch.
That'll bring up Victor Kroneld. Reached on an error and struck out first time up. You see Eddie O'Kine works ahead, off-speed pitch, got good command of his off-speed stuff. Good confidence to start off the hitter with that. Third ball, base hit to center field.
That's a good piece of hitting by Victor there. Just stuck the bat out there, popped it over the second baseman's head, and he gets on base.
I went with the pitch.
And he's a really fast runner here, so this is something Sölvesborg needs to keep an eye out because Victor Kroneld can run.
He's only stole a couple of bases through the year, but and Eddie O'Kine has shown a pretty nice move over at first base. So interesting situation right here with Alex Urbanowicz coming up.
And if you're a Cohen, I think you just need to stay calm and try not to throw yourself into trouble here, even more trouble.
Exactly. This is a strike on the outside corner. Alex flew out to left field his first time, and he was a part of that little bit of a error play down by first base last time up, where the errored and scored a run. Ground ball to first base. Balanced the changeup, 1-1. There's a strike, 1-2. This might be a chance, time to run. Where many times with a 1-2 count, you might get an off-speed pitch, which gives the base runner a lot more chance to get a better jump. We'll see. They're up by a few runs, so they can maybe. Eddie O'Kine's thinking the same thing. Plus, at the same time, you have if you steal a base here, then you have an open base where you can get pitch around Alex, but you have Nick Moline coming up, so
it doesn't get easier.
It doesn't get easier. Fastball, ground ball to second, through right field. Let's see if they scored out a hit or an error. Base hit.
Yeah, it was a difficult play for the second baseman. You know, he made his best effort though for the ball there, but that was really hard hit ball by Alex. So runners on first and third with Nicolas Moline, and
we got one out.
With one out, I think in this case, I think you got to pitch to Nicolas Moline here. I know the last time Nicolas came up, they gave an intentional walk to pitch to Jeff Pruitt, but being down 5-1, I don't think you can afford to have bases loaded, one out with a hitter like Jeff Pruitt up.
No, they got to pitch to him. He went for the first pitch, I believe, in the first time out, hit a double over the center fielder's head. Also, the first pitch, strike one. Good off-speed pitch by Eddie O'Kine. He has confidence in it, throwing it to lead off the hitter. He's getting smarter now. You see that Sundbyberg's been jumping on the first pitch the last couple innings. Now he's getting a little smarter.
That's true.
First pitch fastballs. There's another off-speed pitch, strike two. This is where that veteran pitcher comes into play.
Yeah, that's very true.
Runners run. Wide throw.
Looks like we have an injury
Stolen
on the
base.
field. You saw the third baseman slide on the dirt and on the bag. and he slid and fell. Wasn't able to catch that throw from the catcher that was a bit off the bag, anyways. But more so, I think the problem for Sölvesborg is they don't have too many players on the bench to be able to substitute someone. So this is something to keep an eye on
Could be
here.
key right here. Yeah. So Victor Kronell steals third base, and on the throw, gets to come on in. A wild throw, or it wasn't that wild of a throw, just a little bit off.
That's right.
Third baseman went down.
I think the throw was a bit off, and if the third baseman was gonna catch it, I don't think he would have had enough time to actually tag the runner out. But this is what happens when you have speed on the base paths. Both Victor Kronell and Alex Rubanovic just creating havoc. And unfortunately, let's hope for Sölvesborg's sake that the third baseman, which happens to be actually the best hitter, Terrell Joyce.
Oh, yeah.
Let's hope nothing really happens in terms of injuries. But it looks like he's okay. He's gotten up. He's walking it off a little bit gingerly. But I think he's going to be okay.
Terrell is also a guy who can come in and pitch for you as well. So he's a key guy to have out on the field. You don't want to lose him in the early part of this series. Alex Rubanovic moved up to second base on the throw. Like I said, Victor Kronell came in to score. Nick Moline up, the 1-2 count, 1 out. Ground ball to second, into the shift. Advances the runner to third. That'll be 2 outs. That'll bring up Jeff Pruitt. Bounces it. Good effort by Marcus Melendez. And he's out at the plate. Good tag. Good tag.
Well, that was a really good play by the catcher. I mean, he went to go get it and threw a really good pitch to the covering O'Cohen, the pitcher who was covering the plate. Really good job there to save a run.
So on the pass ball, the runner, Alex Rubanovic, tries to come home, but he's thrown out. Sundbyberg gets a run in the fourth. And that's 6-1 after 4 innings of play. So Sundbyberg. Okay, we're on top of the 5th inning here in the first game of the Swedish finals between Sölvesborg and Sundbyberg here in Örvallen in Sundbyberg. We got a 6-1 score, Sundbyberg in lead. And we have Marcus Melendez leading off. Marcus walked twice. Takes the bunt, strike one. Trying to draw the infielders in. Marcus Melendez, I found that he said he's from New York, right? I heard his father is a big-time musician, singer, songwriter. Played with a lot of big bands. Played with Billy Joel, Earth, Wind and Fire, Chicago.
Wow.
Yeah, I heard all this interesting stuff. I think his name is Ozzy Melendez.
Well, that's interesting.
So I hope he's watching the game here, and we shout out to Marcus' dad. Foul ball. No balls and 2 strikes.
Imagine as a kid being able to maybe meet someone like these guys that his dad has played with.
Yeah, it's big time.
Yeah, that would be great.
Like I said, I got a shout out to my New Yorker boys here. So
Son of a musician, came out a baseball player. It's really good. And playing in Sweden. It's a really good breaking ball by Moises. Unfortunately, it was in the dirt. It's 1 and 2. And I think if you're Sölvesborg here, you're just trying anything now to not just to get on base, but you really need some runs.
1 and 2, nobody out. Good strike, good pitch. You got him on the fastball.
Yeah. And that's exactly what Moises can do. That's why he's on the hill. He can just blow it right by you. That's what he's been doing. Like you said, the last couple of innings, he's been trusting his fastball a lot more.
He's going to be going back to that once he's got a couple strikes, which is smart. Here's Daniel Johnson, struck out twice today. What's the fake bunt? High, ball 1. Oh, ball 2, sorry. 2-0. Brother John Michael Johnson on deck. Will be followed by Frederick Segler. Got 2 and 1. It's the time I'd like to see Moises use that off speed if he had a curveball. If he gets command of it, we'll see what he throws. Stays with the fastball. Or was that a changeup? Could have been changeup. Took something off. 2 and 2.
I mean, it looks like the rain has really stopped now. So, it's possible Moises has a little bit of a better grip on the baseball.
There's the pitch.
Two strikeouts now for Moises, and this is exactly, if you're Sölvesborg, it's just not what you want. You haven't capitalized when you had your opportunities, and now you've got the pitcher, in the zone.
Yep.
2 strikeouts now.
I like more the spot of that inside, low inside fastball. He's thrown it a few times, missed it a couple times to Joe Wittig, but he struck out Daniel Johnson twice on that pitch. It's a tough pitch to hit coming in at the knees. Around, I would say, we don't have the gun, but I would say around 90 miles an hour coming in. Tough pitch to swing and hit. You can only just foul that one off. Here's John Michael Johnson. He walked and struck out. High fastball. 2-0. Fouled it off. 2-1. And once again, we'll see if he sticks with the fastball in the bottom half of the order right here. He's been successful with it so far. If he tries to get too pretty, that's when he's had trouble in the beginning, the first and second inning. With walks. That's a good pitch. 2-2.
Well, there you go. There was the fastball. You know, I think you're right that bottom part of the lineup for Sölvesborg just doesn't have enough to be able to turn around on that fastball.
Let's see if he goes back to that inside. Looks like he's setting up for the inside striking in. Fastball. Low inside. He got it up a bit. Strike 3. Struck out the side. So 3 up, 3 down. Struck out the side in the top of the 5th. At the end of 4.5, Sundbyberg 6 and Sölvesborg 1. Bottom of the 5th inning, Jeff Pruitt coming up for Sundbyberg. We have a defensive switch, but no change in the lineup. Just first baseman Joe Wittig goes to play third base, and Terrell Joyce moves over to play first base. Probably hurt himself on that last play in the inning, so they switch spots here. Jeff Pruitt goes after the first pitch, strike 1. Like we said before, Jeff has been pretty successful this year against Sölvesborg. Hit .411 in a regular season. Good curveball on the outside, 0-2. You see the command by Eddie Alkine. It's too bad for Sölvesborg's part that he didn't get the defensive help early in the game. But he's throwing a pretty good ball game himself right here. There's a slider, bounce over toward the middle. Jeff Pruitt too quick. Gets a base hit this.
Yeah, you saw the ball take a little bit of a funny hop off the mound there, and he really slowed it down. I think not enough speed on it for the shortstop to be able to field it and throw Jeff out in time.
It's a pretty good pitch. Slider with 0-2. It bounces off the mound. And Sundbyberg has the leadoff man on. Here comes Philip Geisler up.
It's good to see the rowdy baseball fans are out now. Now that the rain has stopped, they've come out.
Philip 1 for 2, hit a double his last time up. Reached on an error the first time. He scored a run also last time. He was one of the guys who jumped on that first fastball that has off speed, jumping on the first pitch again. But it's good that they're aggressive with the bat, even though it's throwing the off speed to start them off.
That's right. Well, they've been successful with it from the very beginning, so why change it now?
Jeff Pruitt's got some speed over first. He stole 4 bases during the season. That's why Eddie's keeping him close over there. They picked him off.
Well, that was an interesting call. You see, Jeff Pruitt does not agree with that call. He's complaining to the umpire now. But I think that was a respectful conversation there. Jeff asking him why, the umpire explaining his decision to him. But that was a bit of a surprise. I think caught everybody off.
Oh yeah, I mean, he could get down. Pretty good move, Eddie O'Kane. He's already shown us he's got a good move. 1-1. 1-1, 1 out to Phil Geisler.
2 base runners that Eddie O'Kane has thrown out now. And here we go again. The rain has picked up.
Foul ball.
I think it's pretty fortunate for the outfielders that the ball has been rarely hit out there because man, that outfield gets soaked. Almost like a swamp.
Oh,
when it
yeah.
rains like this.
He struck him out. Again on the off speed. Got him on the changeup.
Well, that's how quick fortunes can change here in baseball. I mean, you went from a runner on first, no outs, to now no runners on, 2 outs. Very quickly.
That'll bring up Leo Beckstrom. Lined out to left field and grounded out to second base today. There's a fastball right. Now he's got him thinking a little bit. Earlier on in the game, he was starting off fastball. He jumped on it. Now he's mixing it up a little bit better. I'll call that a curveball on the outside. One of the rare curveballs where he missed the zone.
Well, he's just a heck of a pitcher. I mean, I think this game would be completely different if he had a little bit more support from his defense.
There's a slider grounded out to second base. Another wet ball rolling up to Ben Johnson, but he takes care of it this time for the 3rd out. And after 5 innings, the score is Sundbyberg 6 and Sölvesborg 1. Hey, top of the sixth inning here in Sundbyberg. The rain is coming down a little bit harder. But after the 5 innings, we have our head umpire guy with us right here, Cameron Hansen. Explain the rule of the official game thing. Can you do that for us?
Yeah, so by rule, after you've played 5 innings, the game is considered official, meaning if the game ends up being called for rain, the score will stand and the game is considered complete. You don't have to keep playing.
Is there anything like if the home team is ahead or the away team is ahead? Is there anything like that involved?
Yeah, so if in this scenario, if you have a lead change that occurs, like if Sölvesborg were to score 6 runs now and take the lead, then you'd have to continue the inning at a later time.
Okay.
But if the lead doesn't change, game is considered complete.
Okay.
But we have a rain delay first.
Yeah, they'll have a rain delay. Yeah. Thank you, Cameron. It's really good having expertise in the booth.
Thank you.
Mike, center field.
Let's say we have a substitution. Catcher Leo Backstrom has come out of the game, and Lucas Jalnor is now catching for Sundbyberg.
Okay. So it's a straight switch with Lucas Jalnor coming in the game to catch.
And Lucas is one of those young players that we're talking about that Sundbyberg is just trying to incorporate into their senior team. They've been playing basically throughout every level for Sundbyberg.
Here's Frederick Seger coming up. Frederick had a base hit and struck out his second time up. There's strike 2. Oh, 1-2, nobody out. Top of the 6th. Bounces the off-speed pitch. It could have been his fastball as well. I think he might not have had the grip on the ball.
Yeah, you can see why. I mean, it's getting really, really wet out there. You see the reflection on the dirt, on the base paths. It's just soaked.
It's going to be tough to run down the line.
Very difficult. Let alone field it.
Pops one out to right field. Perfect position by Victor Krunel.
It's a pretty routine play by Victor Krunel there, but he was playing quite shallow actually, so it's really easy. Really, I think a better move to know where he needs to be positioning wise.
Yeah, smart. Moving according to the hitter.
And I think that's something that comes much later in a player's career. It's not too many young players that have that positioning awareness and look at each individual batter. You know, is this a guy who's going to hit for power? Is this a guy who's really more of a, slap it on the ground and get on base because of his speed? And as a defender, as an outfielder, even as an infielder, you really need to be aware of all these differences.
This is Clement Esteban up. 1 for 2. Base hit and popped up to short. His first time, huh? No balls and 2 strikes.
This ball was way off. I think you're really seeing this Moise is struggling to control his pitches here. It's that water, that wet baseball.
Outside 2-2. You don't lose much when they bring in Lucas Jelner in. He's a very good defensive catcher. Calls a good game. Great talent. He's one of the future players for Sundbyberg.
Yeah, and he's really young. So you know, you're talking about a catcher who's probably going to be in your system for another 10 years. He's got a younger brother, Ludwig Jelner too, who's 15 years old, playing with the U15 and the junior team for Sundbyberg. So and he's actually sitting in the bench right now.
Yeah, he got some pinch running duty back against Lexon also, so he'll be around. It's important not to bring him up too early, but I think Lucas is coming into his own here as a young talent.
You're absolutely right, and I think you see now the umpires have called a rain delay because the rain has really started to come down heavy. And they're going to put the tarp out on the field, so maybe we'll just cut off the stream here and continue when the umpires decide to bring it back.
So we have a 2-2 count to Clement Esteban, where the rain delay comes in. And we're in the top of the 6th inning. The score is 6-1. Sundbyberg. Rain's coming down a bit hard. And we'll see where it takes us from here. Take a look at our website here with the Swish number. 12337-29555. We'll be breaking for a rain delay, a weather delay, and we'll see. Hopefully, we'll be back here in a few minutes to see if it's either to resume the game or to call it. We'll see what happens. There we go. Yeah, welcome back to Sundbyberg, Örvallen. We've had a rain delay, and the score is 6-1 to Sundbyberg. And it looks like we're going to have even a more extended rain delay for an hour or so. But we have also our, what do you call yourself? Umpire in chief for Swedish baseball. He's been with us, Cameron Hanses, and he's going to explain what's going on. There you go, Cameron.
Yeah, so we've had the rain delay for a little over an hour, and according to the rules, we're supposed to try to play a game as much as possible. So we've delayed it at least another hour, so a new decision will be made then, depending on how it looks. In reality, we can wait as long as we need to get this game played, but there's obviously some kind of clock that says no.
And we'll repeat again, if the game doesn't get played, that means it'll be called, and it'll be the team that's ahead will be the winner if we call
Exactly.
it. Yeah.
Then the current score would stand.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to put it back on another hour of rain delay, so check back in with us after an hour. The score is 6-1 Sundbyberg. We're in the top of the sixth, and we have one out. The count is 2-2, but you'll forget that by the time we get back up here, so we'll fill you in again. Okay, rejoin us, and we'll put up the our Swish number 123-37295-55. If you're enjoying the broadcast, please donate for Sundbyberg Heat Baseball, Sundbyberg Heat TV. See you soon. Welcome back. Welcome back to Sundbyberg, Örvallen. We've been in a rain delay. I think we might have a bit of a decision here. The rain delay will continue. Officially, right now, it's an official game at 5 innings played. But after the umpires have discussed with both teams, both coaches, they're going to wait another hour. So that means around 8 o'clock or so, there should be a decision made. What happens with today's game? Tomorrow's game will be played so far as planned at 1 o'clock. If the game resumes later, we will be sending on the internet, but depending on what time this gets started, you might not have any commentary. But we're hoping that we'll have a decision within an hour here. Anything else?
Yeah, that's. I think that's pretty much it, Jim. Unfortunately, it's a difficult decision from the umpire's perspective because on the one hand, you do want to play. I think both teams want to play, but you have to consider, I think, health and injuries here because that outfield. You can see the players are working diligently on the infield trying to get a drive, but the outfield is another story. I mean, having played on this field for 2 years now, once it starts raining, it gets soaked and very swampy. It's very difficult to run, and then you're slipping and sliding. It's very easy to get hurt. So, we wait on the decisions from the umpires, like you said, and it could very well continue to be played later on tonight. So, if you're a viewer and you just want to keep it on in the background, is it just in case? The cameras will still be on until it officially gets called. Otherwise, the camera will be showing the game when it resumes. But yeah, there just may not be commentary depending on how long it continues.
Yeah, and we'll keep we put up our Swish number. Thank you for those who have donated. And our Swish number is 123-37-295-55. If you enjoy the broadcast and want to keep supporting Sundbyberg baseball, please donate by Swish. Like we said, in about an hour you can check back in and see if there's been a decision made. And right now, the field looks like it's got a little bit too much water. I'm going to continue to work on the field, and then the umpires will be out for a decision. If we don't get a chance to say anything, I want to say thanks for joining us today. Hopefully, we'll see you again here tomorrow, and maybe later on this evening. We'll see what happens. Thank you for me.
And thank you very much from me as well. And hopefully we'll see you back.
There's been an announcement that the game is cancelled. Sundbyberg win the games 6-1. We got a new game tomorrow at 1 o'clock.